of Archie, who was a very promising leg spinner for the Western Suburbs Cricket Club here at Pratton Park, was playing second grade as a 16-year-old, which is pretty incredible. As Jay Lenton mentioned in a couple of the media appearances he's made, you've got guys that have spent most of their career in first grade that dropped down to second grade at the back end of their careers. That's a great ball, beats the outside edge there of Foreman. So to be able to perform at that level at that young age showed what a talent he was. And at the St Patrick's College, where he was educated at Strathfield, he was very well liked by pretty much everyone he came into contact with, Manners.
Yeah, definitely. And you're right, playing second grade at such a young age as a leg spinner is a phenomenal achievement. Harry Minetti with the ball, my old favourite, Jack.
Yeah, he took a hat-trick back in the day, didn't he?
Teed me up nicely for that.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I'm sure if we get Brett Lee up here at some stage today, you'll be talking about how he prematurely ended your cricketing career.
That's right. Harry Minetti, obviously the brother of Ben Minetti, who plays at the moment in South Australia. Doing so well over there. Played a lot of cricket for Sydney Cricket Club, Harry Minetti. Now he's back in Sydney playing grade cricket, or Premier Cricket. Fine all-rounder, actually. And yes, he took a hat-trick in the 50-over final a few years ago.
Poked off the outside edge there by Finn Gray, and he collects the single to move to 16. So end of the over. 3 overs gone. Pretty healthy start here from Manly so far. I guess the result is kind of not paramount at the moment. Should we do? So Finn Gray 16, Bertie Foreman on 3. And we're going to see the veteran Dan Christian come into the attack. And left alone there by Finn Gray. It's a nice little challenge for Finn against a player of the calibre of Dan Christian. Love to be able to get one over the top of him. Punch down the ground, looking to take on the arm of Pat Richards. Knew these parts well, obviously being a representative of the West Tigers and part of that 2005 premiership side. He's got that famous try after the Benji Marshall flick, and yeah, he still looks in pretty good shape, Pat, so wouldn't be surprised if he is able to swing the long handle a little bit later on this afternoon or this evening. Oh, a little ram shot from Foreman all the way for 6. Have to take cover in the stands as they're almost cleaned up by a lovely little ram shot there from the talented Bertie Foreman for 6, 1 for 29.
Better keep your eye on the ball if you're one of the spectators here.
Yeah.
Balls disappearing into the crowd, and Kookaburra have made some special balls for tonight's occasion.
Yeah.
We've got Archie Gray's number on them, number 26, so beautiful that Kookaburra have done that.
Yeah, 12 of them, and they might have had to, should have made a few more, maybe considering these 6s, and then bounce it down the leg side will be called a wide. Really strong breeze pushing across us here at Pratton Park, a very historic ground. Myself and Manners were out having a look at the pitch a little bit earlier, and we kind of we're chatting that it reminded us a little bit of an English county ground, with the houses obviously so close to the inside of the ground here at Pratton Park.
There might be a few broken windows tonight.
A lofted 6. cracks the fence on the full. A lovely stroke there from Foreman, the former English under-19 international, who's showing he's quite the handy little player here for the Manly side.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a lovely shot over.
And people coming, no doubt, after work on a Wednesday here in Sydney. Plenty of people just perching themselves up on the hill around here.
The old timer.
I think you might have been having some tech issues with your headphones when that was mentioned. But it's all good. We're back and we're fighting through it.
Yeah, not a good return for Dan to the bowling crease.
Just what you want when you come out of retirement, isn't it?
14 after 5, retiring.
Chopped away by Foreman, but can't beat the diving attempt there of Ollie Hing behind the stumps. So 4 overs gone, 1 for 36. Foreman 15, Finn Gray 17. I think they're going to have a bit of a raffle prize drawn later tonight. In between the innings, we're going to have a bit of a celebrity 6-hitting comp, and for every 6 hit, West Ashfield was going to donate $75 to the Mark Hughes Foundation. And we're probably going to see plenty of sixes, as we've already seen in the first 24 balls of the Manly innings.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. So that's in the break between the innings. It's going to be an extended dinner break. Have a sort of home, a home run competition type thing. The outside edge flies away.
That's what they say. If you flash at it, you need to flash at it hard. That was probably your mantra when you played grade cricket with the Great Mossman Club back in the day, back in the old black and white footage days, Menace.
98% of my runs down.
Through that region.
Usually off the edge. Trying to hit through cover, just squirting it away. But yeah, great to see Archie's brother out there making some runs. Finn Gray's on to 21 now.
Yeah, he'd love to go big, wouldn't he? Oh, going for that big shot there was Finn. Felt like it was in the area. And great to see both these clubs get behind it. As we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, Archie played his last game for Western Suburbs against Manly, and then was residing at Bear Cottage in Manly towards the end of his life. So has, they have quite an affiliation, the family, with the Manly Cricket Club. And this ball paddled away around the corner, and you feel, even though this is a charity event here, that when Western Suburbs play Manly, even in first grade, as the years goes on, the game's going to have a special feeling. And I wouldn't be surprised if something like the Archie Gray Memorial Trophy is something that is kind of created in future years between these two clubs.
Rivals on the field, unified off the field to raise money for the Marlies.
It's way too loud, yeah. Looking to slash that one away. Ollie Hing tries his best to reel it in, but will go down as a couple of wides as the umpire. So 2 more to the Manly total. Done pretty well. First little power play, haven't they, Manners? And just showing respect there, Birdie Foreman.
Cloudy conditions here. Nice breeze coming across the ground. That traditional feel with the hill going right around the ground. Very rarely see that. Now you were telling me they used to play rugby league here back.
Yeah, Western Suburbs Magpies, who merged with Balmain in 2000 to make the West Tigers, used to play at this grounds. This ball's slugged away out towards that cow corner region. Josh Clark gives chase and fields well. And they'll get back for a couple. Yeah, so all throughout the 1950s and 1960s, it was sort of been packed with patrons on a Saturday or a Sunday afternoon. They were relatively successful in the 60s West. They didn't win a premiership, but they played in 3 consecutive grand finals, losing to my boys St George on every occasion, which is probably not fond memories of those that still remember that time. Slashed away out to point. I'll have a shot at the stumps. And it goes wide. So 5 overs in the books. Manly 1 for 46.
I'm joined by Jack Clifton. Fast start, 1 for 46 after the 5 overs. 17 not out. Phil Gray, Archie's Ultra. 2 not out. Brett Lee is playing for Manly, so that means Brett Lee will have a new white ball under the lights tonight. Many listeners playing for Australia, one-day international cricket, taking that new ball, bowling absolute cannons in the opposition. Such a fantastic player for Australia. Now 47, hard to believe it. Much older than when he retired.
Yeah, he's aging like a fine wine, Menners. Is that he's aging like a fine wine?
That's it. I think he has a scar. He took 380 wickets in 50 over cricket. Just incredible. An average of 23.36. Strike rate of under 39.5. Just a phenomenal white ball. See him under light tonight. He's Birmingham with the ball. Drives the cover. No run.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? Yeah, did he bring out a couple of songs, Bollywood songs?
Get him singing tonight for this crowd. Steve Smith not singing, I think we'll be alright. He's Birmingham. Slashed that by Foreman, no run. I spoke to the organisers of this game, Jack, and they did say that they wanted to be a proper T20 game, although it's a charity match, results still matters. About them unified off the field, but I guarantee they'd want to get one up on the other club tonight.
Yeah, I think at any time like that, you've got guys here that have been professionals in their sport. You've got guys that are currently playing first grade. Everyone is competitive, especially when it comes to a competitive performance like this. It's just one of those things. You'd love to get the bragging rights. The Manly boys have travelled a fair bit. Oh, get out. Yeah, it's a good atmosphere here, isn't it? I think, people are having fun. People are buying food and conversing with each other, cracking open a few cold drinks on the end of the hump day of the work week here in the inner west.
The president I spoke to him in the lead up to the game, and they just weren't sure how many people would turn up. In the end, come on down. As I said, they're having a bit of a celebrity bash at the dinner break, and then you've got the second innings, as I mentioned before, Brett Lee, white ball, so that'll be something to watch. Something to behold, see Bingham back in action. So it was fit. Like his brother Shane. Change of ball, Josh Clark to take up the attack.
Yeah, quality performance, Josh Clark. I think his name's kind of been bandied around a little bit in regards to the New South Wales setup. He's played a bit of second 11 cricket, scored a mountain of runs here at Pratton Park for Western Suburbs in recent campaigns, and showing that he's a dual threat as well. Very talented spin bowler. Leader as well. Not the captain of the West side, but is the leader. I think James Sarakis is the skipper of West generally.
Big appeal. Former trying to reverse sweep there.
I like that.
They're just worried about all these spectators on the hill. They're having too much of a good time.
Well, there's plenty of people with their back to the action, which at cricket or baseball is a cardinal sin.
Quite timing that one. Actually caught a ball at square leg last season when I was commentating. I was off with the bounce.
Yeah, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story though, Manners. I was actually watching footage of the other day that there was a match somewhere where I think Ian Smith, the New Zealand commentator, someone hit his car. I know your car was hit, but by our man Jay Lenton, no less.
So, Tom Brooks with the ball.
Yeah, I just changed headsets because he's looking like it's working.
A back cut, nicely played by Foreman.
Sorry? Yeah.
That's mine. Give it to me. That's. It's a wicket after just a few deliveries. So the second wicket goes down for Manly.
2 for 56 here after 7.2 overs.
Hey boys.
Hey, g'day.
Might jump out, Menace, because you've got someone that's probably a little bit more important than me and knows a bit more about cricket than I do as well. I'll give you over to Brett Lee. Hey, Brett, how you doing? Thanks for jumping up, mate. Appreciate
Can you hear
it.
both? All right, so we're about to have a special guest in the commentary box. He's playing tonight. Brett Lee, thanks for joining us. What a special occasion. Thanks so much for taking part.
It's an absolute pleasure, thank you. Obviously looking for a fantastic cause to raise awareness for brain cancer and I guess to support the family of Archie Gray, little fella that lost his battle with brain cancer, which is such a, I think having kids myself, you know how much that you cherish them. So the least we can do is come out here, turn out today and do what we can to raise some, firstly some awareness but also some money.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a special cause. And if you go to the Mark Hughes Foundation website, you can donate to the charity and every dollar counts. So, really head to the Mark Hughes Foundation website. What's it like to put on the Manly colours playing for Mossman?
Well, my son Preston plays for Manly. So
oh, there you go. Good.
very happy to call myself a Manly boy now. Living over that part of the world anyway, so yeah, it's a wonderful club. And when they asked me, I spoke to Andrew Gray, and he asked me what I was part of it. So 100%, I can definitely.
Got Brooks continuing. Holly Davies on strike and sits that in the air over cover. So have you been over to India for the World Cup at all?
No, I've been working on KO actually with Fox, so that's been a lot of fun, and we're covering all the games. So we've got a game on tonight, and I believe in the Aussies take on South Africa tomorrow night, which will be very exciting. Hopefully Aussies can get through.
Yeah, definitely. A reverse sweep there and doesn't make contact. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, you won one World Cup and you missed one with an injury?
Yeah, so played in the 2003 World Cup,
That's
missed in 2007, played in 2011 in India, which we missed out, got done with 75. 2003 was pretty special.
Yeah, absolutely. That's hit down the ground. Finn Gray goes all the way for 6. Yeah, what a shot. Launching Brooks over long on.
Great shot, good use of the feet, and wonderful surname as well, shining here this afternoon.
It's great to have Archie's brother out there in the middle, hitting sixes, paying tribute to his brother. You're still looking pretty good, Brett. You keep yourself pretty fit. You're looking forward to bowling a bit later on tonight?
Well, it looks to me this evening. I'm actually feeling fit. I did a bit of a health kick when I was over in India mid this year, and just worked really hard on my running and my fitness in general. So I'm still playing these leagues around the world and still enjoying it.
Great.
But yeah,
The Masters League, is that? Yep.
they are. Yeah, they use the term Legends League or Masters League very, very loosely.
I think you qualify.
It's good fun, and for me personally, it's a chance to look forward to something to train to get ready for something. I haven't had a bowl since about June, July, though.
Okay.
I had a bit of time off, so it won't be super quick tonight, but hopefully my body can hold up.
Oh, it's going to be fantastic. What a thrill for this crowd to see you again under lights with a new white kookaburra. I was looking at your record before in 50 over cricket, 380 wickets, an average of under 24, strike rate of under 30, just such a phenomenal white ball career. Clark continues and Davies digs it out and ambles through for a single. So, out there the pitch looks has a bit of life. So, what do you reckon you can clock these days? 130, 140?
Well, not tonight.
Yeah, not at the opposition place.
Well, definitely not with, I guess, minimal preparation, but for me, just be trying to get the ball to shape out the hand, to see how it feels. I managed to hit about a 135 in the last series I played in, but now it's only, when you're playing in these over 40s, I'm 47 now, turned 47 on the 8th. So, yeah, I guess as you get older, it just becomes muscle memory and trying to keep yourself in some decent nick, I guess.
Yep. Often when I'm commentating, I talk about the time you ended my cricket career. So we were very briefly at Mossman at the same time together. That's it nicely. Oh, short of Irfan, and I'll get away with the single there. Yeah, so I played at Mossman at the same time you did, and I turned up to the nets early one day, Brett, and it was you and Jeff Thompson, and Jeff Thompson was just talking to you how to get a bit of more pace out of your action, and I'm the silly bugger that turned up early, and they said, why don't you go and have a bat? And you're only 17 or 18.
While ago, yeah.
But it was that point I realised I don't think I'm going to be very good at cricket.
I think with sport, you just have to have a crack and pick something you enjoy doing. You know, for me, fast bowling was something that I just love doing. I love to see stumps fly. I love to try and get the ball down there at 150, 160 k's. It was very enjoyable.
Absolutely. It's a beautiful night here tonight. It's a beautiful night here tonight. Well, Brett, thanks so much for coming up to the commentary box. It's been great to talk to you, and thanks so much for taking part in tonight's occasion to pay tribute to Archie. And best of luck out there tonight with the new pill.
Thank you. And look, we've got a great turnout here, and I want to thank all the people that have firstly supported this wonderful event and try to sort of raise as much money and opportunity. Six.
Paddled over the rope. 6 more.
Yeah, raise as much awareness as possible, and also some funds here for various businesses.
Yeah, definitely. So head to the Mark Hughes Foundation website, and Brett, best of luck tonight.
I'll need it. There'll be a lot of praying.
Thank you. Be a bit sore tomorrow. Yeah, I think away from Fox.
Right, thanks, mate. Thank you.
Brett Lee there.
When you're listening, you can still hear Brett Lee, like he's coming through like fancies, but you can still hear him, like the mic's on. So like the handheld mic isn't working. So like it's kind of pointless to do commentary because I don't want headset working. No.
Two for 83 here in the 10th over. Hit down the ground. Hit down the ground, and that is 6 more. 6 more.
Another 6.
It's 2 for 89 here after 10 overs.
Which one works?
This one. Dan Christian with the ball, switched ends. Dan Christian with the ball.
I'm going to share it, so let's just do it in 5 hours. So,
You have to.
yeah, well, we're just going to have to take it in 5 hour stints. Because, yeah, we can't be changing it. Yeah, we're just going to do one person for 5 overs and the other person for 5 overs.
So do you want to do some now?
Oh, yeah, I'll do it now. And then
Do 10 to 15.
Yeah. I just didn't listen to you.
And Ollie Davies out here with Jay Lenton now. Two of the really talented Manly batters. But it was a wonderful innings, wasn't it? From Finn Gray, fell just too short of what were a great half century. All the players came up and congratulated him. And then we got a raucous round of applause from the fans here. Probably sitting kind of close to that 1,000 mark. It's been good, and no doubt the food sales, the drink sales, and the donations to the Mark Hughes Foundation are going through the roof. The slow ball bouncer knocked into the deep by Jay Lenton, as we mentioned a bit earlier, was doing some promotional work on SEN throughout today and throughout the week, looking to hit that goal of 75,000 after they've eclipsed 65,000 earlier today. This ball carved away. Jay Lenton did funnily say that he was looking forward as the Manly captain to bossing around Brett Lee and getting to captain Brett Lee. He can go down and say that I got to captain Brett Lee at least once in my cricketing career, and that completes 11 overs. So 3 for 93. Pretty good start here from Manly. Jay Lenton on 1, Ollie Davies 12. As mentioned, Ollie with a magnificent debut century for the New South Wales Blues in the Sheffield Shield, the premier first-class competition in Australia. So he's got plenty of runs next to his name. And now another one of Archie's brothers, Charlie, is coming into the attack for Western Suburbs. I'm sure he would have loved to bowl against his brother. Knocked out into the deep, and Birmingham does the fielding. So they've set themselves up nicely for the last 8 and a bit overs here, Manly. I guess we've got to give the lion's share of the credit to Andrew Gray, Archie's father, who came up with this concept along with other people involved at the Western Suburbs Club and the Manly Club. I know Andrew Gainsford, the head of cricket at Manly, has done a lot of legwork to make sure this has got up and running. There's a little paddle reverse sweep there from Davies. As I mentioned, looking to get to that $75,000 mark. And a little paddle that misses out there from Davies. Oh, that's slugged away. Not right out of the middle, but he'll get 4 for it. Well, Ollie Davies, a little bit of width given there from Charlie Gray. And swung away by the informed Davies, who moves along to 17. Great to see a couple of Greys playing in this match as well. Siblings of Archie. I'm sure he's looking down and smiling, seeing his brothers involved on this day and coming up against some quality cricketers themselves. So 100 up for Manly after 12 overs. They're 3 for 100. Lenton is on 2 and Davies has marched himself along to 18. Playing a pretty important knock here in the middle to latter. Oh, club down the ground. They've got protection down there, so it will just be the single for Davies. But he looks in imposing mood, doesn't he? Obviously gearing himself up for another big campaign with the Sydney Thunder in the Big Bash League. Lenton back and looking to force this one out through point. Veteran player still running around for the Manly Warringah Club in the Belvedere Cup, as they try and bring some silverware to Manly Oval this season. Part of the coaching setup at the Sydney Sixers as well, Jay. Assistant coach that famously had to basically come out of the dugout and play for the Sixers during that COVID period. Players were out. This ball clubbed in the air. There's a man out there. He won't get there though. He only had to travel about 5 or 6 metres, but Lenton lifts the ball wide of him. And over the boundary it goes for 6. So 6 more here to Manly. 3 for 107 in the 13th over. That run rate up above 8.5 runs per over now. So Lenton looking to try and catch up to Ollie Davies here as Menenti continues. And a big swing and a miss outside the off stump. Nice little battle here between two players that have been mainstays in the New South Wales Premier Cricket competition, or the first grade scene, for the last several years. Jay, a little bit longer than Harry Menenti, who is the brother of Ben Menenti, who plays with the Sydney Sixers, but first class for South Australia. Slower ball, full toss, and that's dispatched easily by Lenton. One bounce into the fence, 4. In fact, no, it's landed over the boundary, and the umpire says 6. So 2 sixes, 2 maximums in the space of 3 balls here for Lenton, who's raced to 14 and is giving Manly a very healthy total. They're no doubt aiming for that 200 plus mark at the moment. And punched nicely out through the covers. Well timed there by Lenton. And they'll take one on the arm. Davies is too quick to be troubled by that. And Lenton gets back for the second. So he moves along to 16. Davies on 19, 3 for 115 after 13 overs.
No, we're trying to. I think we are.
So Lenton 16 and Davies 19. It's Manly try and push towards that 200 mark in the last 7 overs of this innings. Michael Hooper, the Wallaby, is out there now. Quite literally facing the music. At 3 for 115 at the start of the 14th over. Cutler continues. Oh, he clips one over the top. They'll get a chance to run. Jay Lenton's still out there, so there's a bit of fun happening with a bit of rotation through the batters. Oh, it's a great shot from Davies. One bounce into the fence for 4. So his merry innings continues. Moves along to 23 does Ollie, 3 for 119. Cool conditions here. A few jumpers coming out here at Pratton Park. And Davies knocks that one, and Jay Lenton just foxing a little bit there, puts the bat out. It's all fun and games at the moment. That's what you want to see at the moment between these two sides. Been plenty of excitement. We've seen plenty of sixes, and I'm sure we'll continue to see plenty more by the time the afternoon is done. That's not going to go for 6, but it's not going to be caught either. They want to let Michael Hooper have his time in the sun. Wonderful to see anyone mirroring what we saw the great Paul Fatty Vorton do in a charity match back in the 90s, where he rumbled and tumbled and took an incredible catch. It does give some of these players that are incredible athletes in other sports a chance to display their athleticism. And the runner, Ned Brockman's going to come into the attack with a mane that only a mother could love. Maybe a significant other. He's going to come into the attack. He's getting into it. Love to see it. Fun vibe here. Plenty of music being played. Good time being had by all. Plenty of people flocking through. Drops that one short and almost picks up a stumping first up, but it will be a wide. Well, thumped down the ground. That much conviction there from Hooper, but he adds another run to his total. They're putting it down as Jay Lenton's runs, which I'm sure Jay is very appreciative of. Quite incredible, the story of Ned Brockman, for those that don't know. He comes from central west New South Wales, which is a lovely region of the country, and he, at the age of 23, as we see a cry for LBW, not out, says the umpire, he became the fastest Australian to run across Australia. It really was an incredible effort. He was averaging over 80 kilometres a day for the nearly 4,000 kilometre run. Think of all the kilometres that you churn out when you go on a road trip, and he was running those, was Ned. So really is someone that is an incredible person, and someone that I think we can all appreciate the pain, that not just the physical pain, but I think the mental fatigue that you'd go through in a time like that. I think he even previously said that there were so many times he felt like giving up, but he didn't. He refused to. He just pushed through that pain barrier, that mental barrier as well. So he has a real feel-good story for Australians, and let's see if he can get a wicket. Surely there's a wicket coming here for Ned Brockman. That is going to go all the way over the fielders. That'll be 6. So probably thought for a moment he might be getting one there, but it sails into over the boundary, I should say. 6 more to Davies, he's not mucking around. Is Ollie Davies? If there's going to be a short ball, whether it's from a part-time cricketer or a first-class cricketer, he's still going to try and hit it out of the ground. 31 for Ollie. Another half-tracker, not much put into that. And, it's a lovely diving catch by Dan Christian. Ned Brockman does get the wicket he deserves. And after 15 overs, 4 for 131, Davies hits the ball into the deep. And Brockman gets himself a wicket. Might have even been Hooper that is the man going off, but regardless, I'm going to hand the reins over to Andrew Menzel with the Manly Warringah Cricket Club, 4 for 131 after 15 overs.
Thank you, Jack. Excellent job commentating that last 5 overs. I've got the business end of the innings as Manly looks to close this 20-over innings out with a big score. Michael Hooper, the former Wallaby captain, wanders off. I saw in the lead up to this match he was practicing his cricket, but he did reveal that he hasn't played cricket since year 6. So that's the last year of junior school. So certainly appeared that way, the way he was striking them. But great of him to turn up tonight and support this wonderful cause for Archie Gray. I just had to wander around the crowd when I was on that break and saw Nathan Lyon, the GOAT, down there. Also saw Gavin Robinson, former New South Wales and Australian spinner, Brett Lee, who we had up here before, but really festival-like atmosphere here. The hills filling up, and beginning of the 16th over, and that's a full toss. Could have gone anywhere. Ollie Davies just let it go. Pat Richards being brought on to bowl. Ollie Davies looked very good on 31. Be playing for New South Wales in the Sheffield Shield later this week, on the weekend, and that's driven beautifully over cover for 4. Geez, he's seeing them well, is Ollie Davies, and what a treat for this crowd to see one of the rising stars of Australian cricket in action. We've seen him do his stuff for the Sydney Thunder, but he's now starting to do it for New South Wales in the Sheffield Shield. Pat Richards continues, and that's driven over cover off the back foot, and 4 more. And this score's mounting. Jay Lenton's at the non-striker's end. And that is, we'll just wait for the umpire's signal. I'm not sure if there was any bat on that. It's gone away for 4 nonetheless. Pat Richards is a former rugby league player. Played in the NRL for the Eels and the West Tigers. So he's got the Tigers colours back on. So the West Tigers colours back on. And here he is. Oh, that's a better ball, and off the inside edge into the outfield for a single. It's 3 for 144. And we're here to commemorate the life of Archie Gray, and you can support the cause by heading to the Mark Hughes Foundation website. It'd be wonderful if you could spare a few dollars for research into brain cancer that is so desperately needed. Richards continues, and Jay Lenton has hit that down the ground and clatters into the boundary for 4. I think it was 2 seasons ago, Jay Lenton was the fielding coach for the Sydney Sixers, or the wicket-keeping coach, and I think with a spate of injuries and people ruled out of the match, ended up having to play, pulled out of the coaching staff to play. And that's in the air, down to deep mid-wicket, pulled up short of the rope, and that's a single. Yeah, that was a couple of seasons ago. Jay Lenton was pulled out of the coaching staff, back playing. He, of course, plays for Manly. Wonderful player, and that's the end of the 16th over. 3 for 149. Ollie Davies 44, Jay Lenton 24. Change of bowling. Tom Brooks has the ball. Lenton tries to swing that away and hits it straight. It is between the fielders, and they get 1. That brings up the 150 for Manly. Tom Brooks, the leggy, ambles in with it's a full toss, and Davies' eyes. He's hit that one towards the crowd. Well, look out if you're in the crowd. Oh, the youngster spilt it. Oh, well, there was an attempt at a crowd catch there. The Mr. Whippy van almost copped it. The hot dog stand almost copped it. In the end, it was a drop catch. And 6 more to Ollie Davies. And look at that crowd that's come in. Andrew Gray and Mike, the president of West Cricket Club. They weren't sure how many people would turn up, but boy, they've had a lot of people turn up. That's in the air. And 6 more, and that one is taken in the crowd. Yes, that's a crowd catch. And I believe there'll be $75 donated for every crowd catch during the dinner break when there's a celebrity bash. But Ollie Davies is opening up here, and this is great stuff. Davies on strike again. He's taken to Brooks here. Oh, he's tried to put that away. There's a catch! Big appeal, and he's out! Oh, and Ollie Davies has had a bit of a joke. He's referred it. He doesn't think he's hit it. But bad luck, Ollie. There's no DRS tonight. Yeah, far from it. And, yeah, he's gone for the referral, but Ollie, won't be happening, buddy. You're strolling off. He's out. A well-made 56, Ollie Davies. Great stuff. Great of him to play tonight. He heads down to Tassie on Friday with the Blues. But he's come out tonight and he's put on a show for this big crowd. Plenty of boundaries, plenty of sixes. And it's been a lot of fun watching him bat. He comes from a West Indian background, and we saw a bit of that Caribbean flair tonight. And he raises the bat. He can go and put the feet up now. He's made a wonderful contribution to this Archie Gray Memorial match. It's 3 for 162 here. Wonderful stuff. You probably hear the tunes in the background. There's a DJ going. Mike Swan from West Cricket's put on a fantastic occasion tonight. He and Andrew Gray should be so proud of the event so far. It was over a year ago Andrew lost his son Archie. I'm sure it's an emotional night for Andrew and his whole family. We saw his brother Finn batting earlier this evening. Tom Brooks, the young leggy. 2 more balls left in this over, then 3 to come. Jay Lenton's on strike. Down the track and it's in the air. He hasn't quite timed that. Long on's coming in. And takes the catch. 2 and 2 for Brooks. Lenton goes. No doubt about that one. Second wicket of the over. Lenton goes for 25. He was aiming up the tennis courts over at deep mid-wicket but didn't quite time it. And he wanders off. So Tom Brooks is on a hat-trick here. So there's a new batter at the striker's end. There'll be a new batter at the non-striker's end. I was pretty sure in a lot of cricket now that if you cross it doesn't matter. So 2 of the celebrity batters out there. We'll just see who they are in a moment. So hat-trick balls, 5 for 162. Can Brooks get 3 and 3? That's off the outside edge, no run. Survives a hat-trick ball. Okay, so we've got Cameron Merchant was the last batter to go out there, and Steve Menzies, the former NRL player, just played that ball. Good defence by Steve Menzies. He survived the hat-trick ball. And as I said, Cameron Merchant, number 5. He is, well, a lot of our viewers will know him from maths. It does say on his Wikipedia page, Australian cricketer. Five for 162, 3 overs to go. Oh, that's a nice shot for 4. Beautiful shot. Cam Merchant's on strike. Played a lot of cricket for Manly, and he just defends that and off strike for a single. 5 for 167. So Steve Menzies. Now, I'll be honest, I'm not a huge rugby league follower, but he's commonly referred to his nickname as the Beaver. And he played his career at the Manly Sea Eagles. He's just played that behind square on the offside for a single. Well done, he's off the mark. He's 49 now. It's been a while since he played. I saw him earlier this week training with Brett Lee, preparing for tonight. Spark bowls and Merchant defends. See a few of Menzies' stats. 280 matches for Manly. Merchant defends. 13 tests for Australia. 20 games for New South Wales. That's the end of 18 overs. It's 5 for 168. So this is typical charity cricket. You've got a former rugby league star out there. You've got a former grade cricketer and math star, Cameron Merchant. Seen Michael Hooper, former Wallaby, out there before. And just brilliant evening. And if you can support the cause, head to the Mark Hughes Foundation website. Oh, Menzies tried to play that one on the onside and didn't make contact. Very close to playing that onto the stumps. Just 2 overs left in the Manly innings. They won the toss, elected to bat, and spectators have been treated to a dazzling half-century for Ollie Davies. Brooks in again, and Menzies cuts that one nicely, and it gets past point. Oh, good stuff. He's taken 1. He's coming back for 2. Still got a bit of pace about him, Menzies. Beautiful stuff. 170 for Manly. So for those just tuning into KO, beautiful occasion here coming to you from Pratton Park in Ashfield. That's swung away and bounces short of the fielder. That was a tough one for the deep mid-wicket. That was Josh Clark there, just one of those teasers. But well struck by Menzies, getting his eye in. Don't know if he played cricket. Certainly looks a bit more handy than Michael Hooper. Merchant on strike and just dabs that to short third. They take 1. The spin on the ball bamboozles the fielder and they get an extra. Josh Clark does the fielding. 5 for 173. Yeah, for those just turning on to the coverage, we're here to celebrate the life of Archie Gray, who tragically passed away just over a year ago due to brain cancer. Quicker ball, and Merchant plays that to point. And the last match he played in second grade was when West took on Manly. So these two clubs have come together tonight to play this charity match to raise money for brain cancer research. And just a great occasion. Menzies dabs it to short third and no run. So that is the end of the 19th over. So just 1 over left in the Manly innings. They've got 174 on the board. It's a good total. And they're coming off after 19. Have they called it early? Maybe due to time, they've just decided to pull up 1 over short. So Manly just got to face 19 overs. And they make 174. So good effort from Manly after winning the toss and electing to bat. And I believe in the dinner break, there's an extended dinner break, there's going to be a bit of a celebrity 6-hitting competition. There we go. Steve Menzies gets the red ink. Well done. He'll be bragging about that one for a while. So that run rate of just over 9 by Manly. So it's going to be a challenging total for West under lights here. And don't go anywhere if you're watching, because after the dinner break, we'll have one Brett Lee with the new white kookaburra in his hands. Bring back all those memories of when he used to steam in for Australia under lights in one-day international cricket. All right, well, that is the end of the Manly innings. It's 5 for 174. I believe there'll be Celebrity Bash starting pretty shortly. So we'll take a quick break and we'll be back when there's more action.
other. Well,
Welcome back to Pratton Park in Ashfield. Under lights here for the Archie Gray Memorial match. We've got Brett Lee with the ball. That's right, Bing is back. Charlie Gray is on strike. Archie's younger brother, and here's Lee pounding in. Still got a bit of pace about him. And there's a story to tell your mates. You've just hit Brett Lee down the ground for a couple. And they're coming back for 3. Good running. Brett Lee won't be happy with that. Expect a short one next time you're on strike, buddy.
Yeah, great to see Brett Lee in action, isn't it? It's awesome. We've seen so many former players and celebrities, and we saw the 6-inning competition in the break as well, with a few NRL first graders doing their best Brian Lara impressions. But yeah, great start there from Charlie Gray. Lovely little punch down the ground for 3 minutes.
Indeed, it brings Harry Manenti onto strike. 2 slips in for Binger. Honey beats him. That was pretty sharp. I'm Andrew Menzel. I'm joined by Jack Clifton. And the target is 175 for West to win this celebrity cricket match. And remember, you can support the brain cancer awareness by donating to the Mark Hughes Foundation. Head to that website and give generously. It's a great cause and a great way of honouring the memory of Archie Gray. Brett Lee in again. Wrapped him on the pads. It's a big appeal. Will we get the old Brett Lee jump in the air if he gets a wicket, Jack?
Yeah, potentially. I thought he was going to bring out the vintage Brett Lee appeal. It's quite a convincing, and of course that's normally followed by the fist bump if the decision goes the way of Binger. But yeah, he's in great shape. I think he said he's 47 years of age, and yeah, lining up for Manly and doing a great job, and no doubt signing autographs, and yeah, lots of men similar age to myself that are living their childhood dream at the moment, seeing Brett Lee.
Oh, flashed at. And that's 4. Oh, no, 1 run. Good fielding. Brett Lee took over 700 wickets for Australia in a famous international career. He does still play a bit of cricket in a Legends series over in India, so he does bowl a bit. He looks fit, doesn't he, Jack? And
yeah.
I asked him up here if he'd get up to around 130. Wasn't sure, but pretty quick.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't want to be facing him, even at the age of 47. Imagine what he was like when he was 27.
In again. Driven over the top of cover. That's a lovely shot. And just pulls up short of the boundary. Lovely cover drive by Harry Manenti. And after 1 over, it's none for 7. 175 is the target. A beautiful shot.
Yeah, lovely lofted cover drive there, right out of the meat of the bat, and able to get a couple of runs there.
They're using a special Kookaburra ball with the number 26 on it, Archie's playing number. Kookaburra made a special batch of balls. I think we've already lost a few into the neighbouring houses, and there's been a few balls disappear out of the ground.
It's brother versus brother here, Finn and Charlie going head to head.
So I think Finn Gray's the older brother. Charlie's on strike. Oh, he hits his brother over the top of long on for 4. That's a beautiful shot.
Yeah, that's going to get some airtime in the Gray household, I reckon, at Christmas at family luncheons. That was a bit of a loosener in the slot there, and dispatched by Gray, who's raced to 8 already, or 6 is it? 8 unbeaten.
The deep square leg, a third. Flashes at that one, and that'll go down to third for a single. Score now 1 for 12. Yeah, in the first innings tonight, we saw a dazzling half century from young Ollie Davies. He showed the West the West team no mercy, even though it's a celebrity match. He entertained this big crowd that's come in, and balls were disappearing all over the place. Greater Menenti and inside edge onto the onside. One more.
It's turning out to be a lovely evening. A little bit on the cooler side here in Sydney, but the clouds are slowly pushing away, and pretty much in the twilight of the evening, the Wednesday evening here in Sydney. Great to see Pratton Park under lights and plenty of excitement on offer.
Great again. Oh, that's hit down the ground beautifully, but doesn't beat the field. And there is a huge crowd that's turned up now under lights. Hundreds of people have streamed in. Great support.
Might get you to share that link where people can donate as well, Manners. I know they're looking for a $75,000 goal for the Mark Hughes Foundation, doing some really impressive work.
Just pushed into the offside, into the gap. Good cricket from Charlie Gray, and they'll get two. Yeah, the best way to donate is head to the Mark Hughes Foundation. Just pop that in Google, and that makes it really easy for you. And you can support the cause there. And you know, there's some really important stats to read out, but approximately 1,200 Australians die of brain cancer each year, and brain cancer receives less than 5% of all federal government cancer research funding. So the money is greatly needed at the Mark Hughes Foundation. That's turned away behind square on the onside, and that'll be 4. Brett Lee was not chasing that one. He sent the youngster to go fetch, and lovely shot from Charlie Gray. He moves on to 15, and after 2 overs, it's 19 for no loss.
Yeah, really classy start from Charlie Gray here. It's been, been very, very impressive, and played some nice shots, playing 360 degrees, and that was a lovely classical drive that benefited him a boundary, and a positive start here from West. So we're pretty pleased with the way it started in pursuit of 175.
Yeah, the required run rate is just over 9 and over, and they're just hitting that nicely so far. Brett Lee, I think his run-up's got a bit longer for this second over. Got a few of the cobwebs out. Harry Menenti on strike. And he smashes him a straight pull shot, wide and bit on for 2.
Yeah, I don't think people really realise the effect that Brett Lee had for fast bowling in the late 1990s and into the early 2000s. Such an incredible exponent of the short ball, and I think there's plenty of kids that are probably adults now, maybe even some guys playing grade cricket and international cricket that idolised Brett Lee and just ran in fast and wanted to bowl fast.
Here he is again, played away on the offside, no run, absolutely, and he played the game with such spirit. He had such a, his famous wicket leap celebration. He was just a real fun player to watch. And 380 50 over wickets, 310 test wickets, 28 T20 wickets for Australia. Just a phenomenal career. Oh, they've wrapped him on the pads. Menenti still on strike.
Yeah, I always wonder, Manners, obviously he got to play some T20 cricket at the back end of his career, but I always do wonder what he would have been like if he had kind of played in this kind of current era where there's a plethora of T20 cricket, what kind of player he would have been, because I still remember that incredible final against the Scorchers where I think he sent it to a super over with a couple of wickets in the last couple of balls of the innings. Was a really important player for the Sixers in those few years he was there.
Here he is again. Smashed in front of point for 4. Well, that I reckon Harry Menenti is going to be asking for the footage of that shot, because he is just square driven one of Australia's great fast bowlers.
Yeah, great shot. Just a little bit short there from Lee, and yeah, gave Menenti a chance to get in position and really just flay through that kind of cover point region as it crashed into the fence. And
yeah, 4 more. So it's none for 25 here. Here's Lee again. That's hit down the ground, not quite timed, and caught. First wicket goes down. Lee gets a wicket. There you go. Brett Lee gets a wicket. Menenti goes, and Brett Lee gets the breakthrough. Well, I never thought I'd say that on commentary, commentating on a Brett Lee wicket. And there we go. There's a bit of a treat for all the fans here. We'll just see here. Still got that beautiful rhythmical run-up that made him so famous. Short of a length and not timed. And a good catch. Wow, Jack, there we go. Brett Lee's back in the wickets.
Well, it's something we can put down in the book, isn't it, Manners? Getting to commentate a Brett Lee wicket, getting to commentate a Brett Lee over. Yeah, nice ball there, and just didn't quite get the timing that he would have wanted. And that is the end of Menenti, and Lee gets an important early breakthrough here for the Manly side that will be looking to try and get into this middle order as quickly as possible.
Indeed, they've brought out the West skipper James Sarakis, to the crease. Charlie Gray's 15 not out. And the lights are starting to take effect here. Just 1 over left in Lee's, 1 ball left in Lee's over. A successful over. Cameron Merchant's just had a few words as he's wandered past the batter. Sure, they're friendly in a celebrity match. Here's Brett Lee, last ball of his second over. Yeah, he's put a bit more into that one, and it's just a single onto the onside. They're looking at 2, but I don't think that is on. And after 3 overs, it's 1 for 26. 149 needed for the victory. But it's not about who wins tonight. It's about the occasion, the Archie Gray celebrity match. And if you head to the Mark Hughes Foundation website, you can contribute to the cause.
Yeah, it's been a really great night. Lots of money raised, lots of people having a good time, lots of people remembering the memory and the person that was Archie. And yeah, I'm sure he's looking down on all of us on this great night, and with a big smile on his face, just delighted with what is going on under his name, and what's been a really wonderful night so far.
Gray to Sarakis, who plays it into the offside for a single. There's been a few cricket luminaries wandering around tonight. Nathan Lyon, Gavin Robinson, Harry Solomon. I bet many people have bought their bats from him. And hundreds of supporters of both clubs have turned up. Charlie Gray's on strike. Gray to Gray. Oh, he flashes at that one. I'm sure it's an emotional night for the Grays, Jack. It's been just over a year since Archie passed away, and, you know, it is a celebration tonight and an occasion to raise money, but I'm sure, you know, with heavy hearts, the family is here tonight.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit different as a sibling when you lose someone as well. There's obviously a real heartache as a parent, and we think of Andrew and his wife during this time with the 1 year anniversary just passing. But yeah, I think as a brother or as a sister, yeah, when you lose a sibling to you, it's almost like a part of you kind of dies when they depart this life. And yeah, we think of the brother. You don't often think of the siblings when someone passed away. You think of the parents first and foremost, and you think of partners and those kinds of people. But yeah, the brothers would, yeah, I'm sure they would be sad and just wishing that Archie was here in person, although he is here in spirit.
Wrapped him on the pads, big appeal, but I think that's sliding down the leg side. Finn's had his arms in the air. Lots of smiles out in the middle there. Celebration of cricket which Archie loves so much. In again. Earlier this week, famous commentator and former Australian cricketer Kerry O'Keefe tweeted out, "This kid was an absolute star, so respectful, so gifted, great family, the saddest thing." Great for Kerry to pay tribute to a young leg spinner. One for 27, last ball of the fourth over. Gray hits down the ground, doesn't beat mid-off. And at this stage, Wests are on target. They're going at 9 and over, target 175. It's a 19-over game.
Well, they're not going to 9 and over anymore, Manners, after 4 overs.
Oh, yeah.
They've tipped in this over.
Yeah, you can tell my maths is no good.
That's all right. I was just going to say...
I'm only out by a few.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, really good over from Gray. Gives a single off the first ball and then five dot balls against his brother. So after being hit for a boundary, you probably take that. You say, yeah, well, you kind of... Well done, Charlie. You hit me for a boundary, but then I gave you 5 dot balls, so...
Now, who's got the ball from... Who's relieved Brett Lee? There's a change of bowling. Brett Lee's taken off after a successful over. Jay Lenton's the skipper. He said in the week he wanted to captain Brett Lee. Pitched up, and is that a catch? I think it is.
That's incredible.
Jay Lenton with a one-handed specky. Is that too good for a celebrity match? That's Fatty Borden style.
You're not allowed to do that. Yeah, that was incredible. I think it was Sarakis that flashed at it, and it was an incredible take to his right-hand side.
Low down, just in front of the turf, and that is an absolute corker.
It's Ryan Hadley that's got the wicket, the tall right-arm quick part of the New South Wales squad. And, yeah, thick edge, and Jay Lenton showing why he has been respected as one of the great keepers in their state with a lovely take to his right-hand side.
Yeah, Jay Lenton played a lot of state cricket. I said earlier in the broadcast, you might remember he was called up from the coaching staff to play for the Sixers a couple of years ago in the Big Bash, so he's not long out of big-time cricket. And Josh Clark now heads to the crease, former skipper of West.
Yeah, well, it's a pretty important time in the innings as well. The start of the fifth over, and West have slipped to 2 for 27, so they wouldn't want to lose another wicket cheaply, because then they are kind of staring down the barrel of a pretty tough next little period.
Indeed. The New South Wales Premier Cricket Competition does have its own T20 comp, the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup, and it was won this year by Randwick Petersham. That's a very successful club, Randy Peets. Win a lot of titles. Jack and I have called a few of them. So Hadley just ringing the changes in the field. All right, Clark on strike. Facing his first ball. Manley on top. And digs that out. Two for 27. And you might be able to hear the raucous crowd coming through the mic here. We just had hundreds of people turn up for this occasion, and what a great job Andrew Gray's done, Archie's father, and Mike Swan from West Cricket Club. They've really put together a fantastic occasion, and I hope it raises a lot of money for the Mark Hughes Foundation. Flashed at that one.
And I think that's the thing, isn't it? Like, I don't want to get into the technical jargon of medical ideas and medical talk, but I think...
Well, you're not a doctor?
Yeah, definitely not a doctor.
Dr. Clifton?
Furthest thing from it, but I think the survival rate is something like 4 or 5%, so there's so much that we don't know about this horrible disease of cancer in general, but especially brain cancer. It robs people of their youth. It robs family members of their loved ones and memories. So, yeah, the more money we can raise, the closer we get to finding a cure, hopefully.
And just a quick single there for Clark is off the mark. Yeah, there's some stats on the Mark Hughes Foundation website, but brain cancer kills more children than any other disease. Brain cancer kills more Australians under 40 than any other cancer. And brain cancer survival rates have increased by just 1% over the past 30 years. So if you can donate something to the Mark Hughes Foundation, you know it'll go to a good cause to fund brain cancer research. Two for 28. 4.4 overs gone. Hadley again. Driven in front of point. That's a nice shot by Charlie Gray, Archie's brother, and it's a beautiful boundary. And Wests are into the 30s.
Well, looking at the scores, the total runs that have been scored today, the Greys have been a fearsome partnership on either side of the ledger. We've got Charlie that's moved to 19, and I believe his brother Finn got 48 earlier today, so they've already accounted for 67 of the 207 or 206 runs that have been scored. So they're honouring their brother in the way that they're playing this game so far. It's been a pleasure to watch both of them bat this afternoon.
Yeah, and Finn said into lead up to this game that his brother would want them to enjoy themselves, and it would make them very happy to have. Oh, there's an attempted run out, but misses the stumps. But yeah, Finn said that, you know, Archie would be thrilled to know that people are here enjoying cricket and celebrating his life in this manner. So yeah, moving occasion, and that's 5 overs gone. It's 2 for 33.
Yeah, pretty exciting first 5 overs here. I think Manly be the more happy of the two sides, obviously having picked up the 2 wickets. West have got 33. Run rate's not dreadful, and I think as long as Gray's out there, and we know that Josh Clark can go nuclear and can go vertical very quickly, so just takes a big over where you get 12 or 14 or 15 off it, and all of a sudden you're really cooking with gas. So not time for panic stations just yet. Further 142 required. And there you can see, you can donate at markhughesfoundation.com.au. They do a marvellous job during the rugby league season with the beanies for brain cancer, and it's great to see cricket getting involved, and hopefully this is something that might be a regular occurrence where cricket can develop a bit of a partnership with the Mark Hughes Foundation. A little inside edge onto the pad, and Gray will collect the single to start the over.
Yeah, you're right, Jack. Anything that can be done to help the foundation would be wonderful. We've seen Steve Menzies out there batting, Michael Hooper, former Wallaby captain.
Yeah, if you're...
Didn't Eddie Jones drop him? I'm not a rugby union fan, but I think, wasn't that the mail he was dropped just before the World Cup?
Yeah, I can't really comment because I don't know
I think that was
rugby union as well as I know my rugby league.
I think Eddie gave Hoops the axe just before the World Cup.
Well, yeah.
Should we get Hooper up here and ask him?
Yeah. Well, that's the mail that Menace has been given anyway. Swing and a miss from Clark.
Either that or he played in the World Cup.
Yeah.
I don't think so, though. I think he was booted out. But Steve Menzies we saw out there. Pat Richards is due to bat, so he's a former footballer, rugby league player, I believe, and he's playing 5th grade at the moment with his son out at Campbelltown. Used to play 1st grade a long time ago.
Yeah, for the great Campbelltown Camden Club. Doing great things there, Paddy Richards. Oh, that one skied over the top of the court and down towards the boundary for 4. So a little bit of luck fortuning Josh Clark there. He slashes away and picks up a boundary. So he moves to a runner ball 5, and Western Suburbs are 2 for 38, Andrew Mensel.
They are indeed. Even Stevens at the moment in this contest. And for all those fans watching this game, when it's over, we'll be able to turn on the World Cup. Forward in, and that's in the air. Fielder's running back, but he won't get there, and Clark's going to get a couple. Will it get to the rope? No, it doesn't, and they get 3.
Yeah, he's looking to take the attack here, Josh Clark. He needs to as well, I think, just to try and put a bit of pressure back on the Manly side. Not right out of the middle, that last one, but gets enough of it to get it away from the fielders. So Clark's moved along to double figures. And India already off to a thrilling start in that World Cup semi-final. Was hoping the Kiwis were going to cause the upset. It's not looking overly likely, although it's still early stages.
Yeah, it's a lot of great cricket on at the moment. Australia taking on the South Africans tomorrow night for a spot in the World Cup final. And we've got a World Cup winner out there. Brett Lee won the 2003 World Cup, injured for the 2007 World Cup.
That's a shame.
And then bowed out in the 2011 World Cup when India eliminated Australia in the quarterfinal stage.
And to be fair, as we see, a nice bouncing delivery there from Lachlan Ford. Probably only just missed out on the 99 World Cup side in terms of the timing of it, because he made his test debut late in 99 and then played in the one-day series just after it.
Yeah, you're right.
I prefer to jump off in the individual.
Two for 42 after 6 overs.
Okay, so let's say if he has a few more big shots in him here, Grade. 22 from 17. A few little field adjustments from the Manly side. And Ryan Hadley to continue. 1 for 6 off his solitary over so far. .242 West after 6. Run rate is 7 and over. Punched off the front foot. Nicely done. Oh, Brett Lee gets down. Good piece of fielding by the veteran.
He put a bit of mayo on that one with the roll. Look at that. Still got it. Still entertains the crowd. Oh, it's really filling up here. It's spread all around the grounds. Josh Clark back on strike.
Yeah, I reckon he has a big shot in him here, Josh Clark. I'm envisaging a nice pull or hook over this square leg region for 6. It's a pretty short square boundary on this side, close to where we're broadcasting from. Let's see if it can come true, this delivery, as Ryan Hadley steams in. He's not going to do it there, but he clips it nicely off the toes. Backward of square leg, finds plenty of green pasture out there. It's like a sand pit, a bit of a beach out there, as the fielder does well to corral it in and keep it to a couple.
There's a few ring-ins in the field for Manly. I'm not sure everyone out there that batted is fielding. Look at the fielder there, made a lot of ground, sprinted around. I actually asked Brett Lee when he was up here. He used to play for Mossman when he played, which is Manly's rival. I'll continue after this ball.
Looking to pull away and can't afford to do so off that delivery. Good pace.
Yeah, but Brett Lee said his son's playing now for Manly, so he doesn't mind pulling on the Manly colours. Old Mossman Whalers fans won't be upset. Will be upset.
Yep.
So the field's back now. The fielding restrictions are done. So there's a third, a fine leg, a deep backward square leg, protecting the boundary. And West need an Ollie Davies type innings here. Here's Hadley.
Defender just dropped into the offside for the single. That will get get us close to the end of the over. Still a couple of balls left. Looks like Hadley's going to come over the wicket now. The 4 runs off the 4 balls so far. Oh, he's bowled him. Lovely ball. It was full in length. It might have even been a full bunger as he shuffled across the crease. And it's rattled into the stumps.
Well, wicket for Hadley there, and some not out. Maybe it was a no ball.
Yeah, I was trying to look around for any indication. Not sure if it was a free hit or anything. I don't think so. Maybe they're just feeling generous, keeping Charlie Gray out there.
We'll just see the height. Was it too high? Well, I don't think so. But maybe they've given him a bit of leeway there. Oh, that is quick.
Yeah, beats him outside the off stump.
So 2 for 46. Gray survives. Yeah, sometimes when you try and get a bit too smart with those lap shots, you can end up looking like a bit of a goose. But got away with one there. Probably was over the waist height. If I'm looking at it from a certain angle, certainly would have been over my waist height, that's for sure. Inarguable for anyone that's seen me. Two for 46 after 7. So remember, head to the Mark Hughes Foundation website and give generously. We're here for brain cancer awareness. And yeah, some very compelling stats that I read out before. You know, I hadn't really read much about it before, but you know, rugby league fans will know about the beanies for brain cancer round in the NRL, where it's also run by the Mark Hughes Foundation. They do great work.
So 2 for 46 here, Western Suburbs. Really need to start to get going. Short as that ball's pulled away into the deep. Plenty of protection out there for Manly, and a bit of a misfield will allow Clark to comfortably get back for 2 and maybe come back for a 3rd, and that's exactly what they do. So 3 to the total, 2 for 49.
Yeah, Josh Seward with the ball. That's a no ball.
So that's going to be handy, isn't it?
Free hit time. Look out in the crowd. Keep your eye on the ball. It's a beautiful old ground here. There's got a hill running right around it at Pratton Park, so you can do the proper loop along the grass and keep an eye on the action. I see a few people walking their dogs. Plenty of canines here, in fact.
Yeah.
More than a few. We just don't want them out on the field. Been a few instances where that's happened.
Ball's hammered away, and they don't get anything off the free hits. That's a little bit disappointing for Western Suburbs.
He just toe-ended that one. Oh, it's a great occasion. Families, people of all ages here, club members. We spoke to someone in the break who used to coach Archie. Chris Burton is here to support the family. It's lovely that so many people have turned out to pay tribute to Archie's memory.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, so many people here that have had connections. So many people that haven't had any connections with the Gray family, but have merely come here to support, which is great to see. Really, really impressive stuff.
20.
Crunch down the ground, well timed, but there is plenty of protection out in the depth. They pick up a couple though, bring up the 50 here for Western Suburbs. So the first little milestone reached.
Okay, and then you and that.
You can send up anyone you want now, we're all good. If anyone wants to come up.
I'll send Mark out there.
Great. Oh, that one. It's all right. Here we go. Oh, it's in the air. Bounces short. We're into the 50s for the West Club. Keep wanting to call them the West Tigers.
Yeah, don't do
Wrong
that.
sport. Wrong sport. Wasn't Tommy Rhodonicus a product of the West old rugby league club? So Jack Clifton is stepping out, and I'm going to be joined by Mark Hughes. All right, I'm joined by Mark Hughes. Mark, a wonderful occasion tonight. You must be so thrilled with the way it's gone so far.
Andrew, it's been a spectacular night. Inspired by the Gray family, and the Mark Hughes Foundation has got around that, and the community's got around that, and it's just been a night where I just see real community and real support, all inspired by, young Archie.
Yeah, absolutely. And, can you maybe tell the viewers why it's so important to, boost brain cancer awareness and to support funds for research?
Well, Archie was a 17-year-old boy, loved his sport, loved his family, loved life, and he had his life torn away from him. You look at Johnny Ruffo through the week, 35-year-old. He should have been getting into his adult life. Brain cancer tore that away from him. There's no cure for brain cancer, and we need to change that. We've seen other cancers improve dramatically through getting lots of funding and resources put into it. Great improvements with with breast cancer, stuff like that. So we want that with brain cancer, and the time is now, and I'm going to keep pushing till we get that help.
Absolutely. And why did you start the Mark Hughes Foundation?
Pretty simple. In 2013, I was diagnosed with high-grade brain cancer. I was in a dire position, had no support, no help. So with my wife, Kiralee, we decided we needed to make change. And started in Newcastle, and we've spread far and wide now, and here we are in beautiful Sydney. Loads of people, loads of support, celebrities out there.
Yeah, we've seen a
Manly,
few.
Western Suburbs clubs have come together, and it's just a magical evening.
Yeah, and you also initiated the Beanies for Brain Cancer round in the NRL. How's that going?
Yeah, so that's been a wonderful concept. Once a year, all the NRL teams and the NRL community get behind our beanies, and we're not just a rugby league charity. Brain cancer affects everyone from the community, and we'd love to see more sports getting behind what we're doing. And tonight, with the Gray family, I think cricket is starting to step up and get involved, and we see this as the start of a really great partnership with the cricket community.
Oh, that's great. And this event's been very well promoted during the week. Everyone's got behind it. But how can the viewers support the foundation?
Yeah, just simply get on the Mark Hughes Foundation website and have a look at what we do. Follow us on Instagram, follow us on Facebook, and you'll see that there's lots of events and things going on right around the year. So, we really do need help, and, we can't change the situation here with Archie and his family, but we hope we can change it for the future for other families.
Yeah, tonight's such a positive occasion, and it's great to see everyone get behind it. Mark, so thanks so much for joining me up here in the commentary box. If you want to leave a message with the viewers, what is it?
Well, firstly, I realised since I've been sick, it's just I had to make today count. I had to live my best life, and I really encourage people to live their best life. Don't worry too much into the future. Don't think about the past. Just do your best today. And I see a bunch of people here today making today count and living their best life. So that's a message. But the other key message is that brain cancer kills more people 40 and under than any other disease. We need to change this. We need to stop it. We need change, and the only way to do that is funding through support so we can continue our research. So please get behind the Mark Hughes Foundation because we need to stop situations like this one here tonight where a family's been torn apart. We need to stop that.
Yeah, it's powerful stuff, Mark. Thanks so much for joining us in the commentary box, and wonderful evening, and I hope you raise a lot of money.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Andrew, and it's been a wonderful night, and thanks to all the cricketers for putting on a great show. Really enjoying it. You got Brett Lee out there opening the bowling, absolute legend of cricket.
Absolutely.
You know,
Nathan Lyon out
Nathan
there at the dinner
Lyon.
break.
I was bowling with
Footballers.
Nathan Lyon. So yeah, it's really magical.
Yeah, and I know you've smashed past your ambitions. You wanted to raise $50,000. You're now well past that. So, yeah, congratulations on that. And you're doing fantastic work. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here tonight.
Thank you, Mark. Well, wonderful stuff. And what an occasion. There's a wicket has just fallen. I think Josh Clark was out there caught on the offside. So the third wicket goes down. We've already seen Brett Lee take a wicket tonight. So fantastic stuff. Thanks, Mark. Thank you very much. And we'll just see a bit of a drinks break. That was Mark Hughes. Head to the Mark Hughes Foundation website. Wonderful stuff. And great for him to join us up here. And now you just see the third wicket there. Oh, it's a good catch. Diving away. Who was that? Did they put a bit of mayo on it? I don't know. I welcome back Jack Clifton into the commentary box.
That's the great thing about having access to these different people, and we're so lucky to have Mark here as part of the Mark Hughes Foundation, the organisation here. They've had a marquee set up all night. They've sold hundreds upon hundreds of ball caps and bucket hats and different things, and also it's great to have him on the broadcast informing us a bit more about brain cancer, about what they're doing and where this money's going and that kind of stuff. So we really thank Mark for his time.
Absolutely. 3 for 57 after 9 overs. Change of bowling. It's the spinner, Vumbaka.
Oh, that's gone a long way. Won't go all the way for 6. It creeps its way towards the boundary, but a good piece of fielding out in the deep. Then that might be Michael Hooper.
I think it was.
And they end up getting a couple there. So they've fielded well here, Manly, and they're certainly well on top. Oh, that is going a long way. That's a great shot. Right onto the hill out in the far side. 6 more to the Western Suburbs total. And that was a lovely shot there from Gray.
Huge hit, and that went well over Michael Hooper's head. I can confirm Hoops was dropped for the World Cup. I knew my casual knowledge of rugby union would pay off.
You've done well, Manners.
Don't think he'll be sending Eddie Jones any Christmas cards. Look at that shot. Huge hit. Charlie Gray again. Doesn't quite time it.
Yeah, just happy to knock this one down the grounds. But he's done pretty well for himself. 35 not out for the young man.
It's coming up to the halfway point. Well, I think it's a 19 over a side game.
Yep. So you've done your massive served you well, Manners, because you've got that. We are slap bang through half of it. Dan Christian out here as well. We expect to see some fireworks from him, Manners.
Definitely. Retired from professional cricket at the end of last season. Played his last game for the Sixers. A losing semi-final at the SCG against the Brisbane Heat. But a wonderful cricketer, Dan Christian. Loves his grade cricket. Played a lot of cricket for Uni of New South Wales. There he is, stroking it down the ground. A winner too, Dan Christian. Just a massive title holder. Won a ton of T20 titles all around the world. Won a hat-trick of Shields when he was playing in Victoria. Former Western Suburbs boy, loves his NRL. handy footballer himself. Three for 68 after 10 overs. 11 runs came off that over. Much needed one for Wes.
Yeah, well, 107 from 9 overs, so the required run rate's about 12 and over, just below 12 and over. So they're going to need some big overs here to try and reel it in. Certainly could be some fireworks for not only the fielders out on the field, but some of the fielders behind the fence up in the grassy knolls.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of people having a really good time here, but keep your eye on the action because I reckon balls will be disappearing. It's a wide. Jay Lenton took a fantastic catch earlier on in this innings. It's another wide. Dan Christian on strike. Ooh, took off. Wrapped him on the pads.
Yeah, would probably like a bit of revenge, Dan Christian, wouldn't he, from taking a bit of a pasting in his first over earlier this afternoon?
Indeed, he'd want a bit of payback time. And West needs something. And that's down the leg side. I think it could be a wide, maybe buys. They've taken one. We'll just wait for the umpire signal. I don't know if you saw on the internet floating around the last couple of weeks, but there was this thing where a bowler got their yips and bowled 21 no balls or something in an over.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't see that one. I saw the one where the team needed 1 run to win or 2 runs to win, and they lost their last 6 wickets in 6 balls, something like that.
That's right, up in the Surface Paradise.
Yeah, incredible.
One bowler took a sextuplet wicket maiden to end the innings. I didn't believe it at first, but apparently there was a journalist in the opposition team, so I reckon it's a true story. 3 for 70 here, almost 11 overs gone. There've been a couple of wides, so we're still waiting for the over to complete. Squirts away on the onside for a single. Charlie Gray, Archie's brother, still out there into the 30s. Just an easy single, cool as you like from Dan Christian. Be great to see Dan Christian launch a few missiles into the crowd here.
Yeah, that would be perfect.
Dan Christian, 40 years old now, wow. Doesn't look a day over 39. Yeah, he played 20 one-day internationals for Australia, Dan Christian. He played 23 T20 internationals for Australia, 83 first-class games, made 5 first-class centuries. Over begins. And Christian, it's a wide down leg side. Took 163 first-class wickets. Quite a career for Dan Christian. And that should be 4. No, good fielding. Good dive. Keeps it to 1.
Yeah, nice bit of fielding just in front of us.
Yeah, Dan Christian made his debut for Australia all the way back in 2012.
Yeah, he's been involved in Australian cricket for such a long time, hasn't he? And kind of forgot until you reminded me, Menace, that he had played in that hat trick of Shield titles for Victoria. He was such a great player at first class level. We kind of forget about it because he has been so damaging in the shorter form of the game.
Yeah, definitely. And played a lot of cricket over in England for Nottingham. It's another good shot. Good field. And they just can't find the gaps at the moment, Wes. Yeah, he won T20 titles all around the world. He last played for Australia only a couple of years ago in 2021 on that ill-fated winter tour. Australia went to the West Indies and Bangladesh and got absolutely smashed. But Dan Christian played for Australia then. Oh, that's in the air. And caught. Christian goes, looking for the big shot. Goes for 8. Is that Michael Hooper took the wicket? There you go. On your Hoops.
How good. He's having quite the nice little evening, isn't he, Menace?
Exactly. Yeah, he last played cricket in 6th class, he said, so we'll just see this action. Oh, look, I wouldn't call it a technically correct action, but it got the job done, and he's had a good night, the former Wallabies captain.
Yeah, it's been a while between drinks, hasn't it, for Michael Hooper
exactly.
and his cricketing journey.
Yeah, and it's really been lost, actually, in the last, I guess, I would say 20 years. Previous to that, there was a lot of athletes that would play cricket and football, whether that was rugby union or rugby league or AFL. They would play that in the winter, and then in the summer they would turn out and play grade cricket. But just with the increased professionalism of both sports, then athletes are forced to choose.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of these young guys, when they get into a professional environment in rugby league or rugby union, you don't blame the clubs are forking out a fair bit of money to lure them to get their services, so they probably don't want the risk of them having significant injuries. But yeah, you look at someone like Ray Lindwell. He played first grade rugby league for St George in the 1940s and the 1950s, and then eventually had to commit to cricket. But yeah, we don't see the dual sport athletes like we've previously seen, which is a bit of a shame. But as you mentioned, it's just the professionalism now, Manners.
And that's just nurdled for a single. And even more recently, the women's cricket superstar Elise Perry, she was forced to choose between soccer and cricket as women's cricket became more professionalised. You know, we forget that Elise Perry, well, we'll just see this last ball from Hooper. Last ball of the over. So he gets a wicket, old Michael Hooper. I know one more to come. There was a wide. But yeah, Elise Perry scored a goal for the Matildas. The last goal before the World Cup we hosted here was scored by Elise Perry in the World Cup. But then as cricket became more professionalised, she just couldn't play for Sydney FC and for Australia. Yeah,
it's just the way that the sporting dynamic has changed over the last decade, last 15 or 20 years. And it's probably for the better, but there's been plenty of rugby union and rugby league players that have come through playing cricket, and it's good to see someone like a Pat Richards going back and playing grade cricket, playing 5th grade cricket, which is a decent level. Like they're no slouches in 5th grade.
Nope.
It's obviously not the same level as 1st grade, but there's still some pretty talented cricketers down there. And I know Stewie Clark was the former Australian bowler. He was playing 5th grade last season. So, yeah, you come up against some interesting people in the battle of the 5th grade competition in the New South Wales Premier Cricket competition. Menace.
I've done a lot of time in 5th grade, so I know that feeling well. But, yeah, I know down in Victoria there's a lot of competition for talent between the AFL clubs and cricket. Now, speaking of rugby league, we've got Steve Menzies with the ball. Jack, tell me a bit about Steve Menzies' NRL career.
Incredible try-scoring record for a 40. I think he scored over 150 tries in his career. Two-time premiership winner with Manly. Played in a lot of grand finals, actually. Won the grand final against my boys St George in 96, and then...
Sorry to bring it up.
That's all right. And then won another premiership against Melbourne in 2008. I think he might have scored, if not the last try, at least one of the tries in that game. Started his career out in the centres and eventually got moved into the back row, and probably one of the greatest support players of the modern times, as that ball's hooked high into the air. For a forward to be
always there in support play. That's the reason he got so many tries, and a great teammate, and yeah, fairly mild-mannered on the field. You didn't see him getting into too many punch-ups or getting in people's faces, but a wonderful defender. And yeah, anytime you chat to a Manly fan in the street and you ask them about Steve Beaver Menzies, it's a glowing endorsement you get from the Sea Eagles fans. A great player, and yeah, I still think doing a bit of media work with Fox from time to time. He's staying involved in the game, and he's trying to get a wicket here to the best of his ability, Manners.
His action's not too bad. Yeah, one thing you do see with these former athletes is they never really lose that competitive spirit. That it's a bit of that sort of classic white line fever. When you get out there, you just want to perform well and you want to win. And it's usually that sort of pride of performance that got to them to the level they achieved. One more to the total. West are falling behind the required run rate from here, so I think they're going to struggle to get the job done. It's probably that innings from Ollie Davies earlier that really turned this match. Showed no mercy, the youngster, the rising star from New South Wales. Menzies a wide. We'll put the mockers on him. Since we gave him a wrap, he's bowled a couple of wides. The Beaver. Charlie Gray still out there.
Right, some shot, isn't it? It's,
Absolutely.
Hasn't really been picked up by the outfield. And it's a great piece of fielding on the boundary, Manners. But that was really well timed there by Gray. Impressive shot.
Yeah, it was a good dive there. 2 to the total. Manly have been putting in the yards in the field. Look at this pull shot just off the bottom of the bat. Interestingly, I read an article that David Warner actually has more. He's got the meat of the bat lower than most batters. So if he hits it off the bottom of the bat, still flies.
Surely there's, and I'll get it to this ball, surely there's going to come a time, Manners, where the whole bat is a sweet spot. You'll be able to hit it in the splice and the ball's going to go for 6. Surely we're...
That's all right. I think we're almost there. Yeah. I think that's why the ICC had to bring in those bat regulations, because they were just getting too big. The 4 for 87, 13 overs gone. Charlie Gray on 41. Ollie Hing on 3. And there you can see, donate at the markhughesfoundation.com.au.
Yeah, we're going to see Ollie Davies roll the arm over here, see if you can get another breakthrough for the Manly club.
Got the bucket hat on. Bit of a juggle down on the boundary. Davies in again. Gray defends. Don't think Davies will be getting too many overs for New South Wales this season, Jack, judging by this.
Well, if he gets a wicket, he's probably going to send the clip to Moses Henriquez, the Blues skipper.
It's a bit of a lollipop there.
Yeah, this kind of reminds me of my bowling in St George 7th grade. It's
You still playing?
Yeah, still playing and not getting too many wickets. There's too many balls like that that I bowl, a bit too inconsistent. So I'm really vibing with Ollie Davies at the moment. So I'm living
kindred spirit.
Yeah, I'm living vicariously through his bowling at the current stage. Similar action as well. And the problem is he has some
problematic.
He has some talented fielders to back him up. I'm not really blessed with that.
And he can also bat as well.
Yeah,
so
he can very well.
That's down the ground, and that is over Hooper's head for 6. A much-needed boundary, and Gray goes big. He's on to 49. And for those, looking at Ollie Davies' bowl here, watch out for his younger brother Joel Davies. I did see him wandering around the ground here before. He's in the Sydney Sixers squad for the season, and that's 50 for Charlie Gray. Well, Archie's brother makes a half century on the Archie Gray celebrity match. Oh, that's a lovely moment for the Greys. Two brothers playing in this match, Charlie Gray and Finn Gray. And there's a bit of a hug out in the middle there, and it's an emotional night for the Greys. Archie's dad, Andrew Gray, has put such a huge amount of effort into tonight, and you just see everyone giving Charlie a hug, an emotional night, and look at that. Beautiful scenes here at Pratton Park.
Yeah, something he's going to remember for the rest of his life. He's played a really classy knock, but I think the appreciation of the fans and the fellow teammates and opposition players is something that he's going to remember. And hopefully he can go on here, Gray, and maybe hit a couple of those big lofty blows and get them a bit closer to the required target here at 4 for 97.
Menzies continues, and that's slashed away. Yeah, I was just saying before, Ollie Davies' brother Joel's going to be playing for the Sydney Sixers in the Big Bash, so we could see a bit of a brotherly rivalry in the BBL later this year if the Davies brothers come up against each other. 4 for 98. That's hit over the top of cover. Just found the West batters have just struggled to time the ball tonight. Sometimes batting under lights can be a bit more challenging. And there you see Charlie hugging Jay Lenton. And then Brett Lee coming in. Great of Brett to turn up tonight. Giving him a hug. That's in the air. And caught. So Hing goes, I think. Yes, Hing goes. High five Menzies. Yeah, Beaver's got a wicket. There you go. Add that to your millions of tries in the NRL. You got a wicket, Beaver.
He has, and he enjoys it as well. He might be enjoying that as much as the try in the 2008 Grand Final. So, yeah, nicely done. Good, safe pair of hands in the outfield. And another wicket. Another dagger into the heart of the Western Suburbs club as they slip to 5 for 100 time running out.
Absolutely. The Beaver strikes. Things you thought you'd never say in commentary. And you see this, the Manly players there in a huddle there, enjoying the occasion. Beautiful night. New batter comes to the crease. The 100's up now for West. They're 4 for 100 in the 15th over. Knowing the way these athletes roll, Jack, you know, the Beaver would love that. You know, they love it when they go to another sport and have success.
Yeah, definitely. He'd be cock a hoop, and he'll be letting people know about that for sure.
New batter at the crease, Tommy Brooks. He's on strike and just defends. Beaver's into it now. He wants a second. So we've got 4 overs left after this, but if you can just jump onto the Mark Hughes Foundation website right now and give generously to this great cause. That's a beautiful off drive. Touch of class, lovely timing. And Beavers high-five the batter. Juice.
Yeah, that was all class there from Tom Brooks. Really classy middle order batsman, and there's an opportunity to try and create a bit of something here late on.
I looked up Tom Brooks and got the wrong Tom Brooks on Crick Info. Been dead since 2007. I don't think that's the player out there.
No, it's not.
No, Tom Brooks is the young leg spinner we saw before. And that's a full toss then. The Beavers over. So 15 overs gone. 5 for 104. Charlie Gray, 51 not out. Tom Brooks, 4 not out. The target is 175. Be a fair effort to get it from here, Jack.
Yeah, you need a couple of really big overs, I think. Don't know if West necessarily have that, especially with the field out. No power play anymore. There's some good protection out there, but you never know. Cricket's a funny game where you can kind of get on a bit of a roll and really create some momentum. So, yeah, I'm sure Charlie Gray would love to honour his late brother and try and get the fans up and about by hitting a couple of big shots here.
Yeah, some big hits would be good. That's in the air.
That's a good catch.
Is that Cam Merchant? I think it was. Used to be a wicket keeper, so wasn't sure he'd take that. And that is the end of Charlie Gray. Well played. An emotional night for Archie's brother. He brought up a wonderful half-century. We saw Finn Gray playing for Manly, and now Charlie walks off, and a lot of hugs. Brett Lee going over again. Yeah, beautiful night. And there he is. And there's his dad, Andrew Gray, giving him a hug. I'm sure there's a few tears out there. Can't be easy for the Grays tonight. But I hope we raise a lot of money for brain cancer research.
Here.
Oh, damn it. Do you want to jump in on me? No, you All right, Jack Clifton's jumping out, joined by Dan Christian. Dan, welcome. How you enjoyed the evening?
Thanks for having me. It's been a wonderful day. It's nice big crowd and played in a fantastic spirit and for a wonderful cause.
Yeah, it is a wonderful cause. I mean, you must have been touched by the stories that have come out this week.
Yeah, I'd heard about Archie before, and then when I had the opportunity to come and play the game, I jumped at it. So,
yeah, it's great that you came out. You know, retired just earlier this year, pulled on the Sixers jersey for the last time. And how are you feeling after the effort?
That was tough out there tonight. Actually, I bowled a couple of overs, and it was pretty tough to see out there towards the end. So, but no, I'm based on how I went, I'm very glad that I retired.
Yeah. So, what are you up to at the moment?
At the moment, I've got some coaching coming up with the Sydney Thunder, and then
you jumped ship.
I've jumped ship. Yeah, we'll be working under Trevor Bayliss as the assistant coach there, which I'm really looking forward to. Trevor was my under-19s coach.
It's in the air. That should be caught. Oh, it's got through the hands. Is that a footballer out there? I don't know. Look like one.
He didn't get a mid on it.
Yeah, so great. So you'll be working with Trevor Bayliss out of the Thunder. Have your work cut out for you?
So, yeah. And that'll be busy. I'm assuming, although it is less games this year, but it'll be. I'm really looking forward to that.
That's a 6. Oh, it's on the boundary. Is that Hooper? Oh, it's knock on. I think he stepped on the rope. A few shenanigans going on out there. You must have been enthused to see the way Ollie Davies was hitting them tonight. He'll be putting on the Thunder jersey.
Definitely, and particularly after his 100 last week in that Sheffield Shield game, he was brilliant on what seemed like a pretty tough wicket. Not many good scores from either team, really, apart from Ollie. So
yeah, it's a fresh wicket out at the SCG. They dug off the turf in the off-season and relayed it. So, there was a bit of the unknown factor.
Yeah, and he obviously played really well. I didn't get to watch any of it, but just looking at the scores and speaking to a few people, he obviously played really well. So
yeah, it was a brilliant knock.
Exciting time of the year for him to be scoring runs, particularly as particularly being part of the Thunder.
So I was lucky enough to interview you about your book on my podcast a while ago, and we had a good chat about your career. But now that you've sort of retired, how have you sort of reflected on your career? I guess
one of those things, you sort of look back and you look at periods of your career where you maybe had some regrets or some times where you wish you had have done a little bit better at different stages, and maybe worked a little bit harder at different times to hopefully get some more opportunities, particularly in the Australian shirt. I played a little bit for Australia, but just missed out on Test selection and never could really nail down a spot in the 2020 team or the one-day team. So from that perspective, I guess it's I've been thinking about some things like that. But then we've also had some times to reflect on, quite a lot of success, particularly some team success, and won a lot of competitions with different teams all around the world, and Sheffield Shield victories and stuff like that. So, it probably still hasn't. I probably haven't looked, had a proper reflection just yet. But
well, we're doing it now. Dan.
yeah, we'll get it done right now.
I was looking before you came up here. I mean, you last played for Australia just over 2 years ago on that tour of the West Indies. So, I think one thing that, I congratulate you for is just having that elite standard for a long time. Like, I know you probably feel you were close, but to just be at that high level for so long, won 3 Sheffield Shields, was it? A ton of T20 titles. So, you had a lot of winning.
Yeah, thank you. And I think it was that standard, not being able to maintain that standard, that led to me, choosing to retire. I just felt like I couldn't perform to the same level that I expected of myself, that I'd grown to expect of myself. And that was around training. I wasn't enjoying going to training as much as what I used to, and wasn't enjoying the grind. Whereas I used to love the grind. I used to love getting to training and doing everything I needed to do.
Look out! That is 6, and onto the grassy knoll. You hit a few of them in your day.
Yeah, and I reckon we'll see a lot more from this kid as well. This is Harjit Singh, who I was lucky enough, I did some work with the Aussie 19s over in England this winter just gone, and Harjit was one of the best batters for the Australian team in that series. So I reckon he's one to watch. He's got a beautiful eye.
There we go. Well, a couple of overs left. They need a few. And just remember, head to the Mark Hughes Foundation to support brain cancer research. Wonderful cause. You're from Sydney, the west of Sydney originally?
Country New South Wales originally. Yeah, Narrandera, a little place called Narrandera out near Wagga.
You're a bit of a league. You loved your NRL growing up.
Yeah, I did. And then came to Sydney when I was early teens and went to St Greg's.
Yeah,
out at Campbelltown.
Rugby league school.
Out
See
west,
the Beaver celebrating his wicket out there before. He was pretty happy.
He was very happy. Been chatting to Pat Richards a bit today, which has been good fun. He was a year older than me, sort of coming through, but we played a lot of the same sort of junior stuff, and he's playing out at Campbelltown these days as well. He's playing some 5th grade out at Campbelltown.
Yeah, well, I think he was a handy cricketer. He used to play first grade, and then
he did, and he played New South Wales under 17s, and then his footy took over. So,
Jack and I were chatting before that, gone are the days when you can play 2 high-level sports. You've really got to choose, don't you? Which is a bit of a shame because you used to get a bit of a crossover.
Yeah, and understandably though, there's just far too much commitment now with training and.
They'll ban golf soon, the way it's going.
Yeah, I hope not.
You're a handy golfer, aren't you?
Oh, I enjoy it. Yeah, I really enjoy it. And
you ever fallen off the back of a golf cart?
I haven't, no. But if it meant that I was going to get 200 off 120 balls the next game, then maybe I would have tried.
Yeah, indeed. We've got Cam Merchant bowling, and I think he should stick to maths and social media stuff. Former wicketkeeper, I can see why he had the gloves on. And so you've been with the Thunder over the season, so congratulations on that. We're really looking forward to seeing you around the coaching setup and leaving your imprint on the game, I'm sure. Oh, that's a wicket. You put the mockers on him, Dan. Caught on the boundary. Merchant gets a wicket. I reckon Singh should look at himself in the mirror if you get out to Cam Merchant.
Well, at least he got out to a cricketer. I got out to a rugby player.
Well, that's true. Do you get out to hoops?
I got out to hooper.
Yeah. There you go. And just, well, Dan, thanks so much for taking part tonight. It's been so great to see so many celebrities here. You've really added to the occasion, and, we've had such a wonderful turnout. Hundreds of people have turned up to support this celebrity match, and, thanks for turning up and playing, and it's been great to talk to you.
No worries, thanks for having me, and, hopefully we can raise plenty of money for brain cancer.
Absolutely. Thanks, Dan. See you again.
Thanks, you too.
Thanks, Dan. That was Dan Christian. Great for him to stop by and have a chat with us. Welcome back, Jack Clifton.
Yeah, we're almost at the end, aren't we, Menace? It's been a great evening. It's been a great day, and no doubt lots of money raised.
Mail came to me. Dan Christian's jump ship is the assistant coach for the Sydney Thunder.
Oh,
Traitor.
I don't know how I feel about that. Being a Sixers supporter myself.
Anyway, sorry to interrupt, but we're coming to the end of this fantastic occasion, and I just implore you, if you've got a bit of time, just jump on the Mark Hughes Foundation website, have a look at some of the messages there, and if you can afford to donate, please support the cause.
A couple of new men in, with the wickets tumbling. 8 down now, the Western Suburbs boys.
Cam Merchant bowling some filthy stuff.
Well, he's got, 2
He
for
wouldn't even
5.
get a bowl in your 7th grade team.
He ended up getting a couple of wickets there, didn't he? Not really sure how, but yeah, he probably would get a bowl. He probably brought him before me, to be fair. So, no, it's been excitement, plenty of excitement for the fans, and plenty of wickets and big shots. So it's been been awesome.
I think there's one over left. So. 8 for 121 as we start to wind down this celebrity cricket match. It's had it all, really, hasn't it, Jack? It
has.
Raised a lot of money. We've seen some young stars, Ollie Davies, seen Brett Lee take a wicket.
A few sixes as well.
The Beaver got a wicket, Michael Hooper got a wicket. Been a party atmosphere here almost.
Yeah, well, most people are stuck around. There's obviously a few people that have departed with an early start tomorrow. But most of the people, as another skied ball will be comfortably taken up point. So a wicket that Ollie Davies, I think, is enjoying, bowling in the bucket cap. But yeah, most people are stuck around and enjoyed the atmosphere and enjoyed the evening.
Definitely, and I think they would have raised a lot of money. You can see the concession stands and the snack stands, and the drinks have been flowing, which has been fantastic, and an emotional night, but a celebration of Archie's life, a celebration of cricket.
That's it.
And that is it, isn't it?
Yep. I'm not sure if they're going to
I think they're just having a bit of fun out there at the moment, but as is the spirit of the occasion.
Yeah.
A few lollipops being thrown up at the end. We've just got a couple of balls left. I think that will be out. Yes, they're hugging out in the middle.
Brings the end a wonderful night, Manners.
It does end a wonderful night. Manly got the victory, but the result of the game's not important. What is important is the fact that we've been able to raise awareness for brain cancer and pay tribute to Archie Gray's short life. A talented cricketer taken far too early by a horrible disease.
Yeah.
And just would like to congratulate Andrew Gray, Mike Swan, the whole West Club, Manly Club, for putting this event on. They've knocked it out of the park, and you can see there, markhughesfoundation.com.au. Yeah, Jack, just a special night and a real successful story tonight.
Yeah, it really has been. It's been great to promote the Mark Hughes Foundation, to get awareness about that, to get much needed funds into the Mark Hughes Foundation. But as I mentioned at the top of the broadcast, to celebrate Archie's life, as you mentioned, taken far too young, a very talented cricketer, but cricket aside, just a lovely young man that was loved and appreciated by all that he came into contact with. And yeah, it's just a small token that we can do as the cricket community, as a sports community, to show our respect and love to Archie and his family. And yeah, it was great to see his brother Charlie get a half century, and his other brother Finn get within a couple of runs of a half century. They were certainly the stars for both sides. And I would imagine both these sides are going to have a drink. That it's going to be in honour of Archie, and let's hope that this is maybe something that can continue to grow down the years. But at least for tonight, it's been a successful event. It's been very enjoyable from our perspective as commentators, and let's hope that we can continue to raise money and rid the world of this horrible disease.
Yeah, absolutely. And when Mark Hughes was up here before, he was saying that he hopes, the cricket can sort of embrace the Mark Hughes Foundation a bit more, and it does a lot of work with the NRL, the Beanies for Brain Cancer round, but he's thrilled that the cricket community's more aware of the Mark Hughes Foundation now, and hope that, as you said, tonight is the beginning of many more events like this to raise money, raise awareness, and of course to keep the memory alive of Archie Gray, who left such an indelible imprint on everyone he came across. We've met a number of people here tonight who had stuff to do with him and said wonderful things about him. Obviously a wonderful young man, and Vale Archie Gray. And we just see here the West team taking a photo. A mix of, oh, look at that, smiles all round. It's great to see so many stars come out here tonight. Brett Lee, Nathan Lyon, Dan Christian, Ned Brockman just ran across Australia and came here. Michael Hooper, Steve Menzies, the Beaver. Never thought I'd call a Beaver wicket, that's for sure. We'll just see here the images of the West Club. And wonderful stuff. The result's not important, but the spirit's been wonderful. And there are the two clubs, Manly and West. Archie played his last game for West against Manly. And these two clubs have come together. There's Brett Lee, Jackson Bird, Ollie Davies, Jay Lenton, Cam Merchant, and the whole team.
Yeah, they've done really well. It's a fantastic affair that's happened here, and we can't commend the organisers enough for what they've done. It's been a beautiful night, and we just want to thank everyone involved for letting us be involved, Menners. Letting us speak over the footage and get a chance to commentate, because it's something that we haven't really had the experience of doing before, but definitely something that we've thoroughly enjoyed tonight.
Yeah, very special night to be a part of, and something I'll remember forever. Obviously, it is, with a heavy heart that we leave the coverage soon, but look at those players who've put on a wonderful show for the hundreds of people that turned up. Congratulations to everyone who put this night together. It's been a huge success, and Archie's memory has been honoured perfectly. So thanks everybody for tuning into the coverage. I've been Andrew Menzel.
I've been Jack Clifton. Thanks so much for joining us.